G'day everybody, and welcome back to the speedrun of Space Engineers. Uh, Thinking back on it, I've definitely done some things that have made this a lot slower, but that's it's sort of the point. The idea of this was to see how I would go and try and learn some things, and decide whether this is actually a thing that I want to do more of, or not. Thinking in the last stream I was talking a lot about different objectives and things like that, and I've kind of come to the conclusion that I really like the plant a flag on every planet objective, because I feel like it forces you to consider every aspect of the core gameplay loop in Space Engineers. All of the survival stuff, all of that side of things. As part of what you're playing. Whereas if you were to say speedrun one of the scenarios like Frostbite, those sorts of things, it's a very different thing. I think those are valid as well and could be nice for if you wanted to do something that was shorter. I also kind of like the idea of if this if this were a thing that ever became popular, it'd be kind of cool if people did both a grand tour speedrun as well as an Earth to probably Mars, given, that's where the whole real world space race is kind of at this stage. Space race, it's not really a space race at the moment. But you know what I mean. Like, that's kind of where all our focus is on. So I think I like the idea of the Earth to Mars run, see how quickly you can get from a drop pod on Earth to boots on Mars. Because I feel as though that's kind of a nice alternate goal. Either flags on every planet or boots on Mars. I like the idea of starting on Earth as your beginning spot, because I feel as though the challenges on Earth are interesting, given that you've got decently high gravity, but you've also got atmosphere, you've got a big planet, whereas starting on Titan is quite metagamey in that it is the easiest place to start. Starting on Europa has weird challenges. So that's sort of, yeah. I don't think there's any extra interest in picking a different planet, and I feel like Earth is a nice default, given that's where we all are, so to speak. Even though it's Earth-like. At the end of the last stream, and by the way, the game is paused, so that's why I'm happily sitting on this screen. I have not started my stopwatch again, although I should probably, before I get started, find out where I put my time from last time. That's right. I was up to 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 19 seconds. And also something I wanted to show you guys before we get going are the results of the Twitter poll that I did to see when people thought I would actually manage to get to the end. No, that's about my orders arriving. Here we go. Can I make this so it doesn't show all of the annoying stuff? Yes. Yes. So, results. Seems most people think, like me, that it'll be somewhere in the 10 to 12 hour mark. Although more people think longer than shorter. I kind of hope it doesn't go over 12 hours. That would be a long time to do and have to try and do better at. Have I managed to tame the Greebler inside me? No. No, I have not. Not yet, anyway. I was actually thinking about this. I think if I ever have the desire to try and beat someone else's time, what I would do is I would record myself doing the whole thing and then stream that recording with me doing post commentary over the top, so I can chat with all you guys in chat and interact without having to worry about doing that while thinking of the next step. And I think that could be an interesting way to do a sort of just chatting stream. Hey, thanks, Sir Stretchlot. And meet Popsicle Gaming. I was thinking that would be kind of a nice way of me optimizing my run while also optimizing the interactivity of a stream. Because the idea of speedrunning and interacting, they kind of come to a head of one has to lose out at some point. So I was kind of thinking that might work. So the stage we were at last time is I think I built one of the jump drives. It's charging or charged. I need to get the tanks on the large grid ship filled. And I need to get all of the ship contraptions done. So I need to get gyros, I need to get thrusters, that sort of thing. Yeah, Zeronaut, I feel like that's another interesting challenge. Trying to do a speedrun on Keen's servers. So, speedrun on a public server controlled by Keen. The downside of that, from my perspective, from a content creation point of view, is that those servers do have restarts, and if you're playing on a server publicly and it restarts, there's a real chance that so many people will spam trying to join that server that you won't be able to get back on yourself. Which would be bad. Keen's server's wiped today. I think. Well, it's the 20th in Australia, so it'll be in the within the next 24 hours they're supposed to wipe. Thanks, Trogdor. So, and thanks, T. De Lewis. Same time every week, Stonekill. Oh yeah, I presume for you, Zero, it wouldn't be a live stream, but I'm thinking of it as, like, from the content creator side of me. Alright. Let's start this again in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, stopwatch has begun. I'm going to have to do some maths at the end of this to figure out where the stopwatch is up to, where my total time is at. Tank is 90% full. Jump drive is still building. Got almost half the semiconductors. How's my gold situation? I destroyed my miner at the end of the last one. I don't know if I've got enough gold to produce the rest of these components. Production. I'm gonna have to build a new No! I have to build a new miner. Oh. That's bad. Forgot about that. Because I'm an idiot. And I crashed my thing. Hey, thanks, Rad Nebula. Alright, let's start off with the thing that everyone was wanting me to do last time. Which is build a sorter. Hey, thanks, Tinners. What's the big building? Make those. I'm glad you learned so much, Grizzly Bear. Grizzly Barbaroos. Oh, it's not that early, Moosey. It's kind of... This is the time I like to actually start streaming around the same time that Wrong Way Up starts each week. That 8 AM sort of time. It means that I can put in a nice 4-ish hour stream during the times where I'm still full enough from my breakfast that I don't get ravenously hungry during the stream. Trouble is, streaming with Capac, he's never awake at those times, so it doesn't really work. Rotor. Just need a really quick job on this. Oh, no build vision. Quick, quick, quick. Thanks, Udo Kranfeld. I'm sure I just butchered that, but thank you. Have a niche stream. I suppose this is a bit niche. I know that's not what you meant, but it's kind of funny anyway. Quick, quick, quick. Get the drills on. And go. Just doing the bog standard miner here. Nothing fancy. Oh, actually, let's just rotate the thing around. So that'll actually be helpful for ejectors. That way. Ah! Stop making changes, Splitsy. Just get it done. This doesn't need to be that effective. It just needs to work a couple of times, and then you'll be fine. Just can't help myself. That flips around that way. Connector. We were getting away with just one last time. That'll be fine. One sideways. Not two. I mean, two sideways. You guys know what I meant. Brain not worky. Trying to do things too quickly. Okay, that should be more than enough. Then let's put some lights on while I'm remembering, because I know I'll forget before I get there. Lights. Lights. Probably help if I put a gyro on here as well. Alright, let's build this thing quickly. As quickly as I can. Yes, Nab. I am capable of it, but I'm not very good at it. I think. Like, I mean, Top Engineer was me speedrunning it, but I disliked... Oh, jeez, those birds are loud. Apologies for that. It's still warm here, so I need the door open for some breeze. For Top Engineer, I did speedrun, but I disliked the fact that I was having to be so focused for at least the early stages of that one that interaction with chat was reduced as a result. Also, I was distracted by whatever Wasted and Shaq were talking about. Oh, no, okay, yeah, the cargo is not connected. That's alright, I'll fix that. That'll be fine. I wasn't thinking. I was just rushing. That'll be easy enough to connect, though. Same way one speedruns anything else, Bestorino. It's... You set yourself a goal, and you would try to achieve that goal. And you see how quickly you can do that goal. Because, you know, in regular speedrunning, there's usually a few categories. There's like 100% versus end credits, that sort of thing. Actually, that's a good point. 1 second. Let's just get up here and stop the timer for a second while I see if I can add text. Speed run. Okay. Text goals. Plant. Oh, let's go flags planted. Flags planted. And that would be Earth, Moon, Triton, Pertum. What are the other ones? Mars, Europa, Titan, Alien. And the only one we've done is Earth. Okay. Now, let's scale that down to something not completely obscuring everything on the screen. That size? How's that look? Stop being in studio mode so I can see this a bit better. Maybe a bit smaller. Yeah, something like that'll do. That'll do. Let's go change what I'm doing, and 3, 2, 1, back on. Parts I just
energy
stuff
low.
up for. Hey Greg, thanks.
Fuel low.
Yes, a beacon is a flag in that sense.
Fuel critical.
Thrusters off. I was thinking after this run, it might be good to look at some of the early stage stuff and see some of the different ways I could have done things and get a feel of whether any of them are faster. Because there are loads of different ways I could start off from the drop pod. One of the things I was thinking about is whether your first goal should be to get a drill just whacked onto the side of it with maybe a little piston or something. Nothing complex at all. The downside of that is you still have to get your basic refinery, or at least your basic assembler, built to make that work. And Dragnon, you crazy man, thank you so much for 50 gift subs. Jeez. Your generosity is insane, man. Truly insane. And indeed, Nabarine, holy Creo. Holy Crayola. I feel like if that could if that could catch on, that would be kind of fun.
Energy low.
And something very, very confusing. Yeah, Shaq was caught by the gift sub bomb. That's probably better than what Tex got caught with last week, getting caught with the actual bomb. It was sad to watch that happen to Tex. It was also kind of good to prove that the bots are trying to hurt us. It's just not as easy as you might think, given the limitations of the world we're in. So it's something they are trying to do. Because I know a few people have commented about that they don't feel like the bots are actually making an impact, and I'm like, yeah, they kind of are. As much impact as the NPCs do anyway. And it does seem like Tex or Capac's style of luck to get hit at the timing that he got hit. Something I feel like is
Energy critical.
so bleedingly obvious, but I feel like mentioning anyway. If people ever took this speedrunning so seriously that you'd need a flawless run in order to be successful, there is no way I would compete at that level. I just have no desire for that level of stress in placing blocks. So, the only thing, more recently, the only limitation I've given to the bots is just don't end the series. Just try and build within the kind of constraints so that you're fighting on a level playing field. Given they've got creative mode, they have to have some constraints because they don't have the resource constraints that we do. Yeah. So the people who have been bots, the main crew that have been there for basically every single stream are the final event, Jexam, and Eisen. Those three guys have done most of the work. Kanajashi's been there since week 2 or 3, I can't remember. And then Gruzob, Pav, and trying to think if I've missed anyone. They've all kind of got an idea of what I like to do in the streams, and they're actually being storytellers. They're trying to make it so that what you guys see and what we get to play is as fun as it can be. And they're doing an awesome job of it. I cannot thank them enough. Because to have the opportunity to play against someone who is literally there to make your experience more fun is something I feel so incredibly grateful for. Yes, Nab? I mean... Do you have a babysitter for 1 week? During the stream. So, as you can imagine, the people that I picked to help out on the bot side of thing are people who I can trust with having creative mode in a survival world that is streamed. Which is obviously a small group of people who I've either done stuff with before or otherwise have known for long enough that I feel like I can trust. So, like, Jexam, Pav, and Gruzob are all moderators on the Discord. I'm not sure which script you're talking about, Lohan. Tape Master, my estimate for this is around 10 hours total, and we're at just under 6 hours so far. Oh, this is unfortunate. Oh, whatever. We'll just go over the thruster. Whatever. This is still going to be quicker than me redesigning the whole thing. Autopilot circling a target on the ground. Yeah. Probably not. I've asked the bots not to use scripts as a general thing, just because the server's having a tough enough time with the number of people playing and the number of subgrids we've got on our main grid. I don't want anything external to that to have an impact on the stream quality as a result. So it's all kind of... The restrictions that we place on ourselves are all based around making sure that the content comes first. The stream comes first, always. But that is my golden rule. And I think it's an important one to remember. You're welcome, Jodo. Right, we're almost done on the rebuild that I totally just added 20 minutes of my run to because of that crash. I'm worried that's going to cause damage. Oh, we'll find out. Hopefully we only really have to do kind of 2 runs with this. So last time at least one person asked me about this setup for ejectors. And I feel like the way I've laid it out this time makes it easier to explain what I was trying to explain last time, and I don't think I did a very good job. Sorters can push objects through or pull stuff through to push into the ejectors, and if you set them up that way, this is a bad setup. However, ejectors can also pull on their own. The ejectors, no matter how many you have, are not impacted by the number of sorters they're pulling through. It has infinite capacity for these to pull. So this is not a choke point. It should work at maximal efficiency because of the way this is set up. I think there is actually a theoretical limit to how much conveyors can convey in one game tick, but the likelihood of you reaching that is small. Just as there's a maximum flow rate for gases from a tank, the likelihood of you reaching that with thrusters is also small. I'm just going to do this number of ejectors. I'd like to get this mining started now. Feel like we got lift, we got forward, we got left, we got right, we got back thrust, and we got a gyro. Let's just do those lights that I forgot to do. Turn the thrusters on for a second while I disconnect this from the base. And now, control panel, sorter, drain all. So that'll help me avoid the annoying things that I was doing last time. Let's get moving. Oh, this thing's so much better than my other one. This does make me wonder whether it's worthwhile setting up a better mining ship when you start out. Roll on, collect all on, sorter, whitelist. Where's my stone? There it is. Okay, there we go. Well, I cleaned up those ones so I didn't hit them, because I didn't want to crash into them. That's why I cleaned up those extra little grids that I had on the ground. That would have been problematic given where I placed them. Whatever. I'm not mining stone anymore, so I don't need to worry about the stone getting thrown out. So I will have to keep some gravel soon. I want to try and build a reactor for up in space. On the hope that I find uranium during one of my pauses while the jump drives recharge. It did. I'm trying to do... It's kind of like, find out which aesthetic things I can do and justify. I was thinking also about the whole question of, should a speedrun allow the use of projectors and or scripts? And I think no. I think you should not be able to bring blueprints in. Sure, you'll have people who like, oh, I'm going to be ultra serious about this and I'm going to use a blueprint that's on some pictures next to me and I'll copy that exactly because I know I've tested it and it's going to work. And that's fine. But I think bringing in a blueprint just kind of decreases the variability that you might get. My drill's already full. No. So yeah, I think you can do, like, you're obviously going to bring in designs that you think work, but I feel like using projectors is just a bit too, it's too serious for my taste. I'd want to keep it being a bit fun and a bit silly. And by the time it got serious enough for that, I'd be like, yeah, I'm out. I'm doing something else. Something else is more fun now. Beastarino, I'm effectively running vanilla. I don't even have build vision. I do, however, have sneaky sounds and screen gunk be gone because I'm streaming this and I want the experience for the audience to be something enjoyable, not something deafening and or grubby and overly post-processed. Well, one of the reasons I thought that saying scripts are a no-go is that then Xbox players would feel they're on a level playing field with PC players. And I think that'd be interesting. Just to see how quick some people are on an Xbox. And especially since Xboxes allow you to use keyboard and mouse, it'd then be an almost exactly level playing field. Yeah, it'd be just a different category, but I think the core thing that I'd be trying to do and starting to set up... So this is the thing. You want to set up what's considered the main thing, and you want to make it as open to people as possible. If you start doing categories from the outset, you're never going to get any competition because too many people are going to be like, oh, but I want to do this modded category. Oh, but I want to do this one. Oh, but I want a Bob one. Oh, but I wanted this one. It's like, it's kind of not the point. I mean, if you're having fun doing it, that's the point. But if everyone's trying to do different things, that kind of breaks it. No, Xbox can't have the same degree of scripts that PC can. And yes, progression is on. Progression, I think, has to be part of it. Yeah, Dragnon, no shacking it up and saying there's a mod for that. I was actually starting to think as well, the PCU limit should be on. I know I've turned it off for this, and I know I've enabled scripts for this, but this is a test run. I think the PCU limit should be default. Because I think that really adds something tricky. Yeah, the default PCU limit in Space Engineers is quite tight, and I think that would add some extra level of thinking about how you design and do things. Because you can't just spam down certain blocks. You're going to have to... There could be an argument for building turbines early and then replacing them because the PCU count of turbines is high enough that it would block you from building other stuff. Yeah, Lohin, I disagree. I would not want to see modded ore detectors being part of it. I don't want to remove the RNG element. I like that element of it because the RNG element means that you have to come up with clever ways of dealing with that so that it has less impact on your overall run. Why am I going to the wrong place? Because I'm me and I get lost. Yeah, embrace the RNG suckage. The goal is in the top left for anyone joining. That's my goal. Cargo ships are on, I think, but again, do you try and take your chances with cargo ships and encounters, or do you just try and get everything yourself because you know that you can get it? I don't know what the correct answer is there. I think with luck, you could probably do it quicker if you went for piracy, but you'd need a lot of luck. There isn't... yeah, that could work. Yamino, I don't remember how... I've never compared the speed between an ejector and a connector for throwing stuff out on small grid. However, I don't think it's going to matter here because I was clearly getting rid of stone fast enough when I was mining just then. Yeah, it did look like a bit of a blender as I almost hit one of the turbines. Right. I can't do much right now. Got plenty of ice and fuel. Do I have plenty of ice? I have no ice. Okay. Let's get some more then. I don't think it is Loco. Or at least I don't remember seeing a PCU limit per craft setting. I thought of... Oh, actually no, all the PCU limits things are in your settings. But if you're on a server, you're stuck with whatever the server sets. No, weather on and lightning is on. Defaults. Defaults. Whatever horribleness you would have to endure with defaults is what I'm enduring. Hence the antenna, which is my Earth flag. Yeah, let's start laying out some thrusters. That's not what I wanted the block to be. Oh, well, whatever. Thruster. Yeah. I like the industrial ones, to be honest. Not a lot of people do, but I kind of feel that this style works better for space engineers. Alright, now we just need to make sure we've got enough lift. Don't think that's going to cut it. This should. Hey, thanks, Alfington. Always, Andy, always. I always keep my stuff. I always post it to... Well, actually, I shouldn't say always. Occasionally, I decide that a stream is not something I want to have posted to YouTube for one reason or another. But nearly always, my stuff gets archived to the Flipsy channel after streaming here. And so the first part is already up on the Flipsy channel.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
What am I gonna do? Oh. Yeah. Stuff. Give me my stuff. This is going to just launch from the horizontal position. It's already in it, so it makes sense not to spin it. To me, anyway. Right, so we got a reverse, and then we're going to need some down thrust. I think that's going to be more than enough thrusters for what I have in mind. That's 2 lateral, 3 down, a bunch of up. That should allow me to get down to each planet without too much hassle. Oh, my jump drive's done. Yay! Hehehe. What? What do you mean my second starboard thruster? I've got all the same things. They're all the same. It's all the same. You go there. Yeah, let's quickly build as much as we can. Now I do have my assembler on here. I do have my refinery on here. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Because then I can mine in space. So I'm not going to mine on any other planet. That's just silly. Detector. But I want to be able to mine in space. Because there are a variety of reasons why that might become important. Now, do you guys think that I've made the right choice with just 2 jump drives? Or do you think I should be charging more while I'm down here? I feel like 2 is going to be enough. I'm not sure. I was planning on placing a reactor just in case, but I guess the counterpoint to that is if I don't manage to find uranium, all the time I spend building a reactor is wasted time. So I don't know that it's the right choice. Could be wrong. Oh yeah, heaps more batteries. That was the other thing. Yeah. Okay, I will build reactors then, because if I need heaps of batteries, then building reactors makes a lot of sense. Because I'll be spending a bit of time here, and I may need more thrust. With more batteries. Plus, it means I'm going to have to bring the components to make a reactor regardless, so I may as well build it. And the reason I need to bring the components is because finding silver and everything else in space would be even less likely than finding uranium. Yeah, I'm aware the more jump drives I have, the more charge it's going to take each time. However, the more jump drives I have, the more I can charge while I'm down here on the planet. So I get up to space and I could have 3 jump drives, 4 jump drives, 5 jump drives, and basically have enough charged before I take off that I could even just jump the whole way and do it all without having to recharge any of them, because I could switch them off after use. Like, that would be an alternative strategy. I don't think that's the right strategy, because I think building extra jump drives takes longer than charging them. But who knows? All of these things would require testing. I think I'm going to have to, Stretto. I think this is going to have to go down into the gravity well and land on each planet. But I was going to put parachutes on it so that at least the atmospheric ones could be landed on with minimal fuel usage. I have no idea why chat is talking about pumping oil. the right hydrogen engine. Do I need landing? I mean, you could argue either way on landing gear. I have plenty of large grid ships that don't have landing gear. It's not that hard to land softly. He says, having crashed his mining ship at the end of the last stream. No, Pertim's not 2Gs. This building, let's order some stuff. Yeah, it's only modded planets that I think go above 1.2 Gs. I'm not sure why Keen have that sort of limit for themselves, but that's the limit that they decided on. Yeah, Purgatory was modeled off Omicron, my Survival Impossible planet. That's what its initial inspiration was.
Energy low.
And I know that from talking to the person who made it. Honestly, I quite liked Purgatory. I didn't enjoy some of the challenges that came along with building on a public server. Especially a public server on the other side of the world. It could be that, Carrion Storm. It could be that they limited it so that you didn't run into glitchiness. I don't think I'm going to bring the miner with me. I don't think it serves any real purpose. It's an atmospheric miner, so if I were to need anything, I should just grab it from an asteroid in space. But yeah, like, I think the trouble with Purgatory is not an issue with the people administering the server or anything that they tried to do. It's just that the game still, even with their cool server transition tech, it's still not up to running that way. Because Space Engineers isn't and will never be an MMO style game, and that's effectively what they were doing. I don't want to bring more drills because drills are super heavy. 2 drills should be enough to get a decent supply of stuff, but drills are super heavy. Yeah, I reckon there's a good chance I'll need more lift. But we're still manufacturing what we're doing, so there's no real reason to add it just yet. Come on, build stuff for me. Drills way less when you put them in a box though, right? No. Everything in Space Engineers has proper conservation of mass if you've got cargo set to realistic, which is the default for ship cargoes. So drills stored in a cargo container weigh the same as drills added onto the ship. Although, you could argue that if you stored a drill minus the 120 plates at the top of it, which aren't required for functionality, if you stored that in a cargo container, it would weigh less than the block. Because the block weighs the same no matter how many parts you put into it. So, taking those parts out of it before putting it in storage would make it lighter. Yeah. Gases have masses. Supposedly being in the next update. That's going to be interesting. I look forward to it, I think. I'm not sure how that's going to impact my panini, though. In Survival Impossible. I'm not sure how keen I am on that side of it. Although it is atmospheric, so I could just not have the hydrogen in it. But I don't know how effective it's going to be as a cargo hauler. I am very proud of what I achieved with Survival Unlikely and Maybe, because I still think that's some of the most fun I've ever had in Space Engineers. And this year you will see another series of Space Engineers with just myself and Capac. Haven't thought about what the theme or goal or whatever of it might be, but he agreed that he'd be up for doing that this year. Because I think there's something special for me about playing a game like this with one of my best friends. And someone who's been one of my best friends for closing in on 3 decades. And when you hear that you've been friends with the person you're playing with longer than a lot of the people watching you have been alive, it's like, yeah, that's quite a while. And also, there is going to be more Light Echoes stuff coming. Because Capac and I have figured out a time when we will be able to do some of it, which is awesome. Alright. That's slightly more thrusters than I put on the Talisman, so let's do a couple more. Should be alright. That's 6 more. I think that will be more than enough. Find out how wrong I am in the not too distant future. Good. I'm glad about that final event. I wasn't particularly happy with the idea of gases having masses being added to the main game. I realize that's odd for someone like me to say, but I always think about Space Engineers from a new player perspective, given how much time I've spent making tutorials for it. And I feel like gases having masses would be an extra challenge, an extra barrier to entry that we don't need for Space Engineers. And I guess that's the difference between modded playthroughs and vanilla ones, is what Keen have to think about is how much they're going to stop themselves from getting new players. And I would like them not to stop them getting new players. Yeah, it's true. As long as the fuel holds up. Well, now that you've said that, Mindblower, do you think I'm going to forget the chutes? The beauty of it is I can build the chutes in space if I want. Because I'm bringing all basic production capacity with me, rather than taking the chance that rather than assuming that I can remember everything that's important. Although, I guess, actually, going back on what I just said, gases having masses would not be a bad thing for vanilla. Because I almost feel like I have to explain to new players that gases don't have mass, and that's why they should build tanks for stuff, and not just rely on refining ice straight to fuel. Whereas if gas had mass, you could say the refined gas is lighter, not zero, but lighter, so the benefits become more mixed. Yeah, it's hard. That's a hard one. Oh, I'm sure I'll forget something, again, why I'm bringing all the extra bits with me. That are arguably going to make this slower, but just knowing me should actually make it quicker. Yeah. I don't know what it is with me in Wrong Way Up and snapping piston-mounted drills off. I think because I'm viewing it from such a long way out, I just forget. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that one. It's weird. So many parts to make. For the top tier welder, Everman, you need to have platinum, so the top tier welder is not going to be a thing I get. And it shouldn't be a thing you aim for in a speed run. Because it's just impractical to go for. And by the time you could get it, it's not going to help you out. I think he's secretly trying to pole vault a rover. That sounds like a Capac thing. It sounds like a potentially fun thing, but it sounds like a Capac thing. Alright, how many thrusters do we have now? So why are you not on? Hopefully that's stops bugging out once I disconnect from the base. Time for batteries. All of the batteries. This is when I get to do some sneaky creep. Sort of. So I can kind of do some shaping with batteries. Because I can't get into the other ones. Alright. Let's build some batteries. Oh, give me the thing. Yeah, battery greebling. It works. You're going to need an open conveyor for your reactor. That's true.
Energy critical.
There are other open conveyors around, though. I just thought it'd be good to get the batteries built before the reactors attempted to be built, because the batteries need time to charge, as I'd like the batteries fully charged and the tanks completely full before I attempt to depart. Oh, I think that might have just turned some thrusters on. I had high hopes for Medieval Engineers 2, but I think Keen overreached on that one. I think they, in a way that they didn't intend to split their audience. I think by creating a competing engineering game when there might not be enough of an audience to do that wasn't a good option. Which is unfortunate, because the concept is kind of cool. But also they did it without adding AI, and AI NPCs are so much more important in a medieval setting than in Space Engineers. And I don't think they appreciated that. Well, I wouldn't, if I was a company like, if I ran a company like Keen, I think you would, it makes be good business sense to trademark a whole bunch of terms related to games that might be related to your most popular product. That's just good business sense because of the stupid way that trademark law works in the US. And given that you have to operate there, you have to kind of suck it up and deal with that stupid law. Yeah, for Medieval Engineers to be successful, they needed to have something to give you a purpose for your castle. Because unlike a castle, a spaceship is something you fly. It kind of comes with an inbuilt purpose, a reason for being, which is what Lego call that swooshable sort of thing. It's something, it's fun to just fly something you've built around. It is not fun to just run around it's not as fun to just run around a castle. It is still fun. It's just not as fun. It's also not as fun for as long. So, I mean, I totally understand the business reasoning for canning production on Medieval Engineers. Doesn't mean it's not sad. It doesn't mean that I'm not sad about it. It's just I understand it. And I'm deliberately not saying exactly what I was talking about because I don't want to be seen as someone saying. Chat just said there was a comment in chat about Keen supposedly trademarking other this engineers. I have no idea if that's true or not, but it makes sense if it were. So, yay, I guess. I personally don't really care. Doesn't impact me in any meaningful way, because I wouldn't take a company making a trademark of something as proof that that company is then going to work on that product. The two are somewhat mutually exclusive. I have run out of iron. I'm hoping there is no gold aboard this ship now. Yep, cool. That's a very good way of stating it, Trax. A castle has a purpose. That purpose is to defend against something, and without that something, there's not much purpose for a castle. Exactly, and that was the entire issue for me with I really should put an ore detector on this thing. For me with medieval engineers. I don't think this is my iron hole. This is my nickel hole. Oh no, I did get it right. Yay! No faith in myself. Let's grab a little bit of nickel, because I'm not sure I'm going to run out of it as well. Yeah, so because of, again, US copyright law and patent law, stupid things get patented because then copyright trolls and the like can try and make money off it if it ever does become a popular thing. Or a useful thing. Looking at recently filed patents doesn't give you any particularly useful insight into what a company is planning, I think. I think I'm full. I'm very full. Like, the number of rumors that come out of that stuff and go absolutely nowhere is ridiculous. As you can tell, I dislike US copyright law. Which shouldn't surprise you as someone who creates content. But I actually dislike... The thing that I dislike most about it is that whole, you must defend your copyright in every single instance, otherwise you no longer have a stake on it. Because that kills fan creations. And that's stupid. Like, think about the number of fan creations that would be allowed if companies could be like, you know what, they're not making any money from it. That means I don't have to defend my copyright. Just because I haven't defended it there doesn't mean I can't defend it against someone who is trying to make money off it. The world would be so much richer. Come on, 10. As in terms of a creative sense, there'd be so much more cool stuff being made. Yeah, that's why companies are so claim happy, because of that stupid aspect of US copyright law. It's not present in most other countries' copyright laws, but because it is in the US and the US represents such a large market share of the Western market, it has to be defended. And it's dumb. So dumb. Yeah, Tom Scott's video on the topic is actually pretty cool too. It's more focusing on how the current... excuse me. It's more focusing on the current situation of how YouTube's copyright system isn't broken. The world's copyright, the US copyright system, is broken. It's not YouTube's... Basically, it's not really YouTube's fault. They're working within a framework that is itself dumb. Yeah, just think of all the cool things that could be made if Disney weren't breaking the copyright systems constantly, so that they can keep their copyright over Mickey Mouse. Why do they care? Who still cares about Mickey Mouse? Yeah, exactly, Sassy King, exactly. But anyway, that's my little rant on that topic. Disney don't abuse copyright law, they've thoroughly broken it. It's not bent or abused, it's broken. It's crying in a corner. It'd be more fun to talk about this if Capac was here, because he's got, he's spent a bit of time looking into a lot of this stuff and would have some good insight. Also, Capac getting all feisty over topics is something that amuses me, but concerns me at times too. I'm gonna move on from the copyright thing now, I think. I think it's time. This is the problem with letting me have enough space to think about what I'm talking about rather than just reacting to what's happening. I'll start rambling about things like this. I suppose some might argue that's not a problem. I'm sure I agree. Yeah, I broke chat. Not the other way around. Yes, Shandorian, it is possible to befriend the space pirates. You just have to anger enough other people. Or NPCs. Yeah, this conversation was just to occupy me while I was building however many batteries I just built. In order to try and have enough power to at least recharge the jump drives a couple of times. Yeah, Dan, you go back to making your deep fakes. Yeah, Trax, I'm not sure either, but I think it's so easy to underestimate how much thrust you get from hydrogen thrusters. They are super, super powerful. You can get a surprising amount off the ground with them. And I kind of think I've got enough. Before I try and take off, though, what I'm going to do is rest this on chocks. So when I do just detach, it'll be fine. No, there's no reason for guns or anything like that. I won't be coming anywhere near any enemy ships. I don't think I've got any reason to. If I was planning on playing this for longer, maybe. As in, if I wasn't just going for a very specific, as quick as I can get there goal, maybe. But because I'm speedrunning, there's no reason for me to try and capture an enemy vessel or ship or anything. The time spent doing that would be way too much for almost zero gain. Got enough iron for a bit. Money. Does enable/disable voxel damage affect performance? Yes. To what extent? Not sure, but yes, not damaging voxels would reduce the number of calculations when you collide with something, especially voxels. So therefore, turning that off should have some impact, I think. It just depends on at what stage. Like, because the calculations might get done for the voxels and then the damage just isn't applied. So it may not affect performance in that big a way, but not having any damaged voxels does impact performance. So one of the things I do for Wrong Way Up periodically is I completely reset the planets that we're on. As in, reset to no voxel deformations anywhere on them, because it helps keep the server running well. So I do little things like that in between weeks. No, Pertum's going to be one of the first planets I travel to. The alien planet is the last because the jump drive distance is more important than the amount of energy required to get off the planet side of things. Yeah, Watcher, that does reset all mining sites, but that's irrelevant for a playstyle like Wrong Way Up. Hey, thanks, Ruobuob. I really have fun saying your name. Ruobuob. Even if it's totally wrong. It's fun. Random distraction there for me. I'm really losing the plot today, aren't I? Yes, in Wrong Way Up, there are lots of voxel deformations. There's also lots of voxel deformations every time Kanajashi does a bombing run on us. And then those voxel deformations are spread over a large amount of the planet, which I feel like that also has a negative impact on performance.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
No! Some of my bottle would kick in before that ran out. I'm not sure, Dan. Time? And you probably, like, I'd have to get Cat back in for something like that, because I'll be honest, I've only watched that stuff once through, and I've never watched it again, so my memory of those things is poor. Oh, my poor respawn pod. Right, we have batteries. They are charging. I don't know that I really want to place more batteries because then it will start getting stupidly heavy. So let's get a reactor. Reactor. Two. Probably two. Yeah, lighting. Some lights on this will be useful, and a spotlight or two on the front for potential use when mining. If I actually manage to find some uranium, would also be useful. I built a brick that had some Lego brick characteristics in Space Engineers. Once. Production. I need gravel. Do I have any gravel? It's not how you spell gravel. I do have gravel. And I have enough. Sweet. Do I have enough silver? That's the next question. Do I need to go mine some? Silver 308, inventory silver 702. Perfect, got enough. Or braking thrust might be prudent. Good point. Well made. Will add. Having a single braking thruster is probably unwise. Brakes on a speedrun, where's your sense of urgency of danger? I think we've all seen what happens when I try and rush between things on, like, in Space Engineers, from my stream of the tutorial world, where I said, remember, don't aim directly at asteroids, like what I just did, and destroyed my entire ship. Because that wasn't good. Cool. Lights. Built first. Yeah, that was actually pretty funny when I smashed myself. It's kind of one of those mistakes that will live with me forever, but is also kind of funny. Much like when I did Engineer Core with Shaq and Wasted, and I stuffed up how many parachutes. How many canvases were required for something. Because I made the mistake of doing a testing video in creative mode. A mistake that I have not made since. Thankfully. Oops. Oh, I asked Capac about whether he'd want to do a speedrun, and his answer was no. Said pretty much like that. No? Why would I want to do that? You nuts? Action time. Now, how am I going to make this nice and balanced? Because I did get rid of all of the spots, I can put them at the back. Yeep. That was a mistake. Maybe we put one in front of these reactors, as I think that should be about balanced. Looking at it. There's no hovering on the hydrogen. This is a static grid. This grid is actually part of the base. It's not mobile, so it is not hovering on hydrogen at all. That upside down battery is making me twitch. OC Ave. Yes. You guys know what happens when someone says to me, this upside down thing is making me annoyed. Then you get a medbay that stays upside down for 40 episodes or something like that. It was around that much. Okay, we have a reactor. The medbay I'm talking about was from a world that being upside down in a medbay does matter because it's awkward when you respawn. Oop. See that? That was a little disconcerting, hearing that woof, 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 woof above my head. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Production. Okay. I think we're good. So what I need to do now is just move the resources I've collected into my ship. So we go small cargo. Let's see, what have we got? I should bring silver, cobalt, gold, some iron, but I don't want to bring too much. Some nickel, bring all the silver, all cobalt, all the gold. I don't want to bring too much iron, too many iron ingots, because that's extra weight. Although we're on a very heavy ship, it probably doesn't matter. All those. I think that's about right. I'm going to take a quick bio break though, which means stop the clock. I'll be back in just a sec. Be right back, video launching now. And I'm back. And resuming in 3, 2, 1, go. So we're at an hour and 25 minutes, which gives me a total time so far of just under 7 hours. And we're about to go to space. Though we do need these batteries to charge. Fully recharged in 2 hours? What? Why am I using up so much power right now? The refinery's running? No. Yes. Running gold. We cannot wait 2 hours for that to charge. We need more hydrogen engines, which means O2H2 gens. Alright, let's do it. How much ice do I have? Plenty. Let's make a whole bunch of things. Production. O2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Engine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's start with that. And then engine. One, two. Can't place that way. It's irritating. 3. 4 and 5. Sure, whatever. This should all work somehow. Need more hydrogen.
Fuel low.
Yeah, Kanajashi, doing all those sorts of calculations doesn't sound like fun to me. I'll be honest with you. I'm not competitive enough to bother doing all the calculations to figure out exactly what resources are needed to do exactly the jumps between the planets. The other thing is, I think with space engineers, the calculations might be complex enough that you probably wouldn't be able... There'd be enough variations on the formula that I think other people could approach it differently to you and potentially end up with a better result, either producing more or less. I thought you would want to give it a crack, Kanajashi. So, after this run, I was going to have a chat with you and maybe we could do a test run with the final decision together if you're up for that. As in, either at the same time but in the same world or something could be done. I'm thinking scripts not allowed. No scripts, and you're limited to the PCU. I can't think of a way that knowing waypoints would help you. Like, because... Yeah, because you don't know where you're going to jump to from. Especially given that you're going to start on a random place on the planet, on the starting planet. I don't know how that would necessarily make that big a difference. Scripts allowed, but you have to write them by hand in-game. Ooh. And yeah, I think no waypoints. So you're not allowed to enter GPS. You gotta blind jump it. Oh, and progression's on. But yeah, Kenna, if you're keen for it, I would definitely think it could be fun to do that together. Because I figured you'd be up for it, of the people who I know who are good enough to give it a real crack. I do like the idea that if you're a really quick typer and you can do scripting quickly enough, you could write your own script for it. Or just memorize some script that was useful. I'm not sure there's any situation where that would be true, though. Where it would be the fastest option available to you. I feel like there wouldn't be. Yeah, an ascent control script could be quite useful. You're right. Why don't you not turn on? Urgh. Wait. That hydrogen engine's full. That's hydrogen engine's full. That hydrogen engine's full. That one's full. These ones are not. What? It's clearly piped up because it's got ice in it. Why? I think if you didn't start on an ice lake, you just reroll. I didn't start on an ice lake, I just moved. Oh, I think I know the problem. I think I know the problem. I know why. Wonder if... No, these are no longer on stockpile. What is going on? There's plenty of fuel being made.
Energy low.
Why are these engines not on? Let's see if anything happens when I do this. Yeah, now they're running. Normally you just have to turn the individual block on and off. I don't know why it was being funny with me then. Okay, now how are our batteries looking after that? That's an extra 5. Fully recharged in 55 minutes. That's still too long. The current input is still way below the max. Wait, is it? Max required input, yeah, 12. Okay, let's build more. More. More power. Spectre, because I kind of want to see how long this takes me solo, so I have an idea. Alright, let's build another 10 O2H2 gens. The reason I'm not control clicking on that to get the extras is because I want them to build in sequence, like the parts for each. Because you can control click on a block to get 10 of it, to order up 10 of it, but I don't want to do it that way. One, two, three, 5. And China. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And yeah, Kanayashi is at work. That's another good reason. Yeah, I want this to set a bit of a goal time to beat. Not because I think this is super quick, but just because it gives us an idea of what sort of time we'd have to put aside to make something like this into either a video or a stream. It's kind of one of the reasons I wanted to try this out first, was to get an idea of where this is going to be. You know, some say every Olympic event should include one normal member of the public, so by comparison, you can see how good the professional athletes are. That's why we bring Capac. That's his role.
Energy low.
True, Capac is questionably professional and questionably not normal, but, you know, he certainly makes, with the number of things that he destroys, he can make you look good by comparison. That is true, Codon. Capac is just plain questionable. Yes. Yes, technically Capac is a pro because he has streamed Space Engineers, and that's going to require another power cycle, isn't it? You irritating things.
Energy critical.
Hey, I call Capac pro streamer all the time. It's usually tongue-in-cheek because he's just forgotten something that he should remember. But I do call him a pro streamer all the time. My Capacadile the best Capacadile? I think my Capacadile is the best Capacadile because my Capacadile moves. To be a professional at something, you have to be paid to do it. That's the only... Like, that's the definition of it. So, Capac is technically professional because you guys, being generous, have technically paid for him to do it. Maybe we paid him to stop him doing things. Perhaps. It's one of those stupid ports that doesn't work. Ow. By definition, Ecto, yeah, it does. Oh no, I did that. Oh no, I did those wrong. Right. Professionalism is a separate concept to being a professional. No, I mean, it depends on your definition. I think the definitions are muddied somewhat. But yes, being a professional means being paid to do the thing. Kanajashi's gone full on spreadsheet here. Possibly. That seems likely. All the engines on now. Yes. Okay. Now how are we looking? 27 minutes. Oh my god, so slow. Don't have enough batteries on the base because I didn't really build any on the base, so there's not like it's not like I can drain them off. Okay, we're burning more fuel than we're generating. That's worth noting. Is that because I'm out of ice? Am I out of ice? I'm out of ice. That's why.
Fuel low.
Oof.
Fuel
That's close.
critical.
Potentially true. You might be able to go down in your suit rather than using your ship, but I think using your ship is faster because then, like, you could fly down with enough resources to... No, you can't. Ha! So, Kanajashi, the reason you can't jetpack down to the moon and back is because a large grid beacon has too many components for you to carry. I'm pretty sure. I should test that in a second. But I think the radio communication components are too big. And a battery as well. So it's a large grid battery, large grid beacon. Or, sorry, large grid power source and large grid beacon was the rule we set last week. That's just rude, Nab. Make everyone's life miserable. I do not. I'd argue that the people playing Wrong Way Up with me are having more fun in Space Engineers, especially the more salty members, than they've had in years. I do know that. I do know that, Nab. That's why I thought I could play with it. I am not so precious as to read into things and read into things like that and get upset about it. I couldn't give out the amount of rubbish that I do to Capac and be precious about taking it back. That would not be fair. Yeah, but the Texan D deaths to lag, I think is just, it's partially inexperience. But it's also a completely unavoidable thing. Like, we're from all around the world. The server is in the best place that it could be for minimizing that as much as I can. So, that's just what it is. Yeah, that's fair, Nab. That's fair. Though I think you underestimate how many people know who you and DE are at this stage. Even if they haven't watched your content, they know who you are. Mackle, I have put the mod with the tree death counter into the save. It doesn't work. The person who made it has tried to get it to work for a server, but I don't know why, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. So the only tree death counter we've got is Nutzel, who is counting that in chat as we go along, which is kind of funny. Yeah, annoyingly, I very generously, a mod to count tree deaths was made, but it just doesn't work on the server. I have no idea why. Which sucks. Come on, batteries. 27 minutes. Right. More O2H2 gens and hydrogen engines. All good, Nab. Well, apparently apparently in the course of Wrong Way Up so far, we've killed something like, I actually can't remember the total count. I think it averages around 150 per stream. You know when you step back and think, is that too many O2H2 gens? I have no idea what you're talking about. Can't have too many. Not possible. Ah, that's fair, Nap. I didn't really think about that side of things, because I know how much we've played with that before. You'll know when I feel like it's been taken too far with the jokes, or when I'm too tired to take it as a joke. And unfortunately, yeah, you're right. Chat. There are some people who don't necessarily understand the jest and fun of poking back and forth with your friends. I don't think I could afford that, Mackle. Planting one tree for every 100 trees I've killed in Space Engineers. Like, if you think about it, 170 trees knocked over in Space Engineers when we play on an average stream for about 220 minutes. So it is almost a tree a minute. That's quite a lot. That would solve global deforestation pretty quickly. I think that's full. This has got to be the last set that I build. I think any more than this, and I'm starting to reach that point of diminishing returns with the construction efforts, that producing the parts takes more energy than they're going to produce by the time my batteries are fully charged. Yeah, I do love that the one time I try and save a couple of trees, the Reavers come and undo my good work. Really need to find some time this weekend to set up Steve's PC again, because I brought it back from the office, but I got to set it up again so that I can actually get into SI and potentially do some recording again. Because without it set up, I don't have an option for time lapses. No, Steve doesn't need an, well, sort of. Steve doesn't really need an upgrade. Reggie does. Reggie being my stream PC, which is a very confusing way to name my computers for people who aren't familiar with why I named them that way. I am aware of that little issue. But, So my main PC is just my main PC, which is the one that I play games on. Then I have my stream PC, which is Reggie. Then I have my time-lapse / secondary PC, which is Steve. Like on Windows, my main PC is called Reese's 2, which is a reference to where my name Splitsy comes from. Because it was the ship in Captain Simeon and the Space Monkeys, which was a 90s cartoon, which I quite enjoyed. So Reggie is the pro streamer. Yeah, kind of, I guess. But yeah, Reggie, I need to decide how I'm going to approach some limitations that Reggie has. One of which, the graphics card that I've got in it can't run NVIDIA Broadcast or RTX Voice without totally failing to be able to encode the stream, which is a pity because it's really handy software. But the actual bigger issue I have with it is that the motherboard that I used for it does not have enough PCIe slots for having more than one capture card in it. And that's a bit of an issue when I'm trying to set up for my Lego streams, since I need to have multiple cameras, which means I need multiple HDMI inputs, and I don't have multiple. So I need to look at how much that might set me back and whether it's actually worthwhile doing or not. Don't know. Especially as the CPU that I've got in it is a 9th gen Intel processor, so getting motherboards for that far back is not really a thing anymore, so I'd have to look at getting a whole new setup. An HDMI switch would not be a valid option because I need all of the cameras potentially to connect. And one of the reasons I would like the extra PCIe slots is I already have the capture cards. So the alternative of using USB 3 ones is that I then have to buy those capture cards. I, again, would have to do the calculations to figure out whether that's the quicker way of doing things or not. I don't know. And also, prices for things in Australia versus prices for things elsewhere in the world are quite different. The prime example being that it's quite common in Australia for Intel's processors to be the better bang for your buck almost across the board, because for some reason AMD's distribution in Australia is not as good, is my assumption, because otherwise they should be, or they should have been, most of the times I've looked, the more cost to performance, the better cost to performance option. Which is why I've ended up with all of my PCs being Intel. Fully recharged in 9 minutes, that's better. So when I built Reggie, my stream PC, that was within the last 2 years? No, just a bit over 2 years ago. I had a look and getting and price per dollar per unit of performance, however you measure your unit of performance, setting up, and especially as I built it really low end. I built it with, originally it had an i3 9300 or something. That was far superior than what I could get for the same money, as in motherboard and CPU combo. Was far better bang for my buck than any AMD combo that I could get at the time. Puzzled one, I wouldn't want to go to Southeast Asia and buy my components because components have a habit of breaking and then I would have no warranty. I don't like that. Good point. I'll check the tanks. Yeah, they're full. In fact, this one's even filling because I've built slightly excess, which is good. So yeah, it's Australia tax and other things like that make the situation interesting, let's say. But yeah, the other thing to factor into all of these decisions, and it always makes it hard, is I kind of want to upgrade my main PC. There are a few games I've run into CPU bottlenecks in, and so I'd like to upgrade it because I'm running an 8700K in my main rig. So I wouldn't mind getting an Alder Lake set up for my main PC at some point this year. Yeah, Maverlite, it is holding back my 3090. So I would like to upgrade it. What are we looking? 5 minutes. What else should I do in 5 minutes before I depart? Let's just check this side of things again and grab some iron. Okay, the refinery's all finished, that's good. Let's ditch that to somewhere. Oh no, that's the... Arrgh. Keep the gold. Refinery 5's the one on board this ship, so I don't want to take a whole bunch of excess stuff. Set up the thruster override. Can I do that at the moment, though? Yes. Perfect. That was a very good suggestion. Build Earth beacon yet? No. Although an antenna does sort of count. Yeah. There's no way you can carry a beacon in your suit. 40 radio communication components is far too much. But wait, what? What's going on? Oh, I see what's going on. Give me a moment. There we go. Beacon built. Oops. Beacon, how much power does it use for 50? 20 kilowatts. Perfect. Alright, we have Earth done. Drop out all beacon. Alright. Let's do this thing. Let's try and give a flat platform to drop onto just in case at a minimal drop height. Because I am slightly concerned. I'm confident, but I'm not overconfident. That's what I'm trying to be. I worry that doesn't connect. Alright, let's give this a crack. No time like the present. Batteries are all fully charged. Let's turn these engines off. Did I put an O2H2 gen on this thing? Ah, they're all counted as the same grid. No! Does anyone remember if I put an O2H2 gen on this thing? I don't see one. I don't think I did. Between the hydro tanks. Oh, yeah, I've got 3, don't I? I do, yeah, alright. Having 5 is probably not a bad idea, though. Because that means I can produce more fuel than I burn. I've already filled an O2 tank. That's done. Let's go. Alright, we're disconnecting.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Give me my fuel back. Come on. Oh, disconnected. Convert to ship is not possible. Purr. Why? There we go. Alright, we're going. We have more than enough thrust. I forgot to put my jump drives on the hotbar, which was a mistake. I'll do that when I get closer to space. 349 tons. Not easily, Lenjet, because I have to do maths, and because I got two separate times, time last time and time this time. I'm at like 7 hours 35 minutes ish. Also, trying to add it at the moment, it's a hassle. Yeah, I wonder if any speedrunners have any, like, plugins for OBS that'd be useful. So I can have a timer running on the screen. That'd be interesting. Potentially useful. I am missing a parachute on the left side. You're right. The one where the conveyor was going through. That could be problematic. Yep, you can even see the ore detector on the front from here. Ugh. Lohin, I don't think I ever... I won't say never, but I have no desire at this point to play Space Engineers with a Twitch integration. The refinery and assembler are on, but they're not drawing any meaningful amount of power. 0.41 Gs. Where is the moon? Oh no. Oh no. That's irritating. I'm gonna have to jump around the planet to find the moon. Mars, alien. That's either Pertum or Triton. Poop. Yep, there's a survival kit. Right there. Nuts. There used to be a Twitch integration mod for Space Engineers. I don't think it works anymore. Oh yeah, Laws, that would actually be kind of cool. Some sort of Twitch integration that allows you to put stuff onto data pads. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same camp there, so Stretch a lot. I don't find that Twitch integrations work a lot of the time. The stuff that Capac does with Noita's Twitch integration is really good. Because the way it works is everyone in chat gets to vote. So there's interaction in a good way, I think. I'll have to try and remember to look that after, Gruz, because don't think I can really look at chat in Discord right now. Oh no, someone's starting a mower or something. Can you guys hear that? Or is it just me? Hey, dear. Okay, if you guys can't hear it, that's fine. Come on. Space, space, space. Drive. Almost in space. Yeah. I know DE has a different perspective on the Twitch integration stuff, but I personally, as a viewer, I don't enjoy watching streams where chat can do stuff to kill or frustrate or help the streamer through purchasing things. It's not something I it's not something I enjoy as a viewer, so it's not something that I have any desire to do as a streamer. Because I kind of feel like it oscillates between chat just straight up bullying the streamer and other weirdness like that. Right, we're jumping 63k so I can get a better angle. That might not have been far enough. No, I still can't see the moon. I don't think my ore detector is set to max range. Aha, moon. Down, 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 down. No, that's too far. It's definitely not that far. Hey, thanks, Anthony. Ooh! Yes, handy. So handy. Time for a speed run down to the planet. Down to the moon, I should say. Because I can now crash into that spot. Because there's no damage in that safe zone. Just got to make sure I actually hit the thing. Because I got to account for gravity curving my approach. Yeah, you can't build safe zones on your ships. Safe zones are static grid only. Yeah, I really hope I don't miss. That would be bad. We've got to take the chance. Wait, is that thing in orbit? Oh, it's in orbit! Dang it! Thought that was too close. Ugh. Got super excited over nothing. Oh. Oh, that's on the other side of the moon. That's annoying. 2 kilometers up. Okay, I can slow down very quickly. Had to do the test burn. Probably should have aimed for the pole so I could have grabbed some ice while I was there. Yeah, fair point. I am at 98% fuel, so fuel is not really being an issue for me right now. And gentle, gentle, gentle. Land on thrusters. And we're down. Cool. Let's get a beacon. Where's my beacon? And we need some solar panels. Oh, what? That works. I'm hoping I have enough stuff to make this. So I really don't want to have to mine stone on the moon. I'd much rather do it when I get back to space. There we go, my feet have touched the ground. But it is just planting a flag, so I guess you don't have to touch the ground with your own feet. Elegant design. Yeah. Hey, it's a design and it works. It's fine. Okay. Solar panel built. Ooh. I might need to make a control panel because I don't think the beacon has a control panel on it. Which means I can't set the name of it. Or the range of it. Hey, thanks, Calamity. Yeah, function over form is an unusual thing for me. I know. No, I said power source. I didn't say it has to be a battery. I was about to say battery, and then I was like, you know what? The beacons are big enough to prevent many tactics from working, so I think this is fine. But you will need to build a control panel on it. Because you do have to name it and max the range. Oh, what about when it gets dark? Yeah. Guess it turns off. Okay. We are going to pause. And I'm going to edit this text. So now we've been to the moon. Oh, started the timer again. Oh yeah, ooh, yeah, deleted. Oh well, whatever. We're going. That has a power source. It will work. I'm counting that as done for now. I think that's reasonable. There we go, trash removal suspended. Okay, in space. Now, I need to head to... Can I see... Where are those planets? There's one. Triton. Triton is my next stop. Okay. Oops, wrong way. Wrong button. I don't want to do too long a jump and end up wasting stuff by going past it. Okay. How long till my jump drives are charged? 3 minutes. 1 minute. Let's go check out one of these asteroids then. And production. Beacon. Turbine. You cannot jump through a natural gravity field, no. How far away is that asteroid? I feel like it's taking me forever to get there. Yeah, there's a pirate raider out there. That's actually bad. Because they send out drones. And I don't have a gun. Ooh. Yeah, the drive will be charged very soon. I'll wait till both are charged, and if I haven't reached the asteroid, then I'll jump. But if I find uranium here, like, that's gonna help with the future jumps, because I'm gonna start... I may start running into power issues. Anthony, I've tried doing that before where I set up the blind jump and try and get to the gravity field and be accurate, but I find that at a certain range, I can never perfectly align myself up to the planet, even if I have crosshair enabled. Alright, we're almost at the asteroid. Do a quick scan, and then we'll jump. Unless we find uranium, in which case we will stop here, we will grab uranium, and hope that we don't get destroyed by that pirate raider. Come on, give me something good. Nice. That was close. And platinum. Nothing. Alright, let's jump again. Okay, now we're good. Cannot be used to jump into a planetary gravity field. Okay, Triton, let's land. On the sunny side, ideally. Oh, sounds like Charlie wants out. We'll need to go let her out in a second. Yes, DE. Cue horrendous frostbite voiceover. Fuel's still at 98%, so I'm not keen to get more ice at this stage. Just want to land somewhere flat and somewhere in the sun. I've got a beacon and a turbine ready already built, so that's fine. I'm starting to get the feeling I overbuilt my ship. Anyone else getting that impression? Alright. Let's let Charlie out the door because she wants out. Here you go. Please don't destroy too much while you're out there. Yeah, I decided that slight overkill was probably better. Just because I've done these things before and ended up with issues around not having, like, the charge between jumps taking so long. Oh, okay, I'm within 5Ks of it. Cool. That's what I wanted to know. Overbuilding slows you down, underbuilding stops you dead. That is a good point, Fluorescent Ninja. That is a good point. Yeah, Kanajashi, I'm not sure that having a small grid drop pod makes things any quicker. One thing that I would say is a requirement... Actually, let's do a poll in chat. I've got nothing to do but sit right now. Let's do a poll. Should med bay teleporting be allowed? Yes. No. Do not allow additional votes. Let's give people 3 minutes. Start poll. Because with medbay teleporting, you could use a drop pod that has just enough materials. You throw it down to the planet and then you just teleport yourself back up to space. But I feel like it would remove some of the engineering fun. And right now it is 89%. It's 58 votes to 7 for no. And that was my feeling. That was my feeling. I didn't think that medbay teleporting should be a thing. Because it does. It takes away from a lot of the engineering you might do. Oh, I didn't think you were talking about death teleporting, Kanajashi. It just made me think of it when you said a drop pod, because I'm like, that would be the ultimate drop pod, is to use the Capac method of travel. Hey, thanks so much for the 10 gift subs, Saucer. Should crash landing on a safe zone be allowed? I think so, because the likelihood of you finding one is pretty dang low, as we just saw. But yeah, shuttlecraft is certainly a valid option. My feeling is that a shuttlecraft would take me longer, because with this, the moment I hit clear space, I can jump. I don't have to fiddle around with connecting, with doing all that stuff. I also don't have to. I didn't have to bring myself to a complete stop in space. I just ran into the gravity well and went, "Yep, for sure, that's fine." So it's yeah. I actually chose this approach because I thought it was going to be the best. Well, the specific structure is beacon plus power source. So on the moon, that has to be a solar panel. On every other planet, it can be a wind turbine. I know I'm heading away from the sun, but I'm realizing that getting toward the sun is going to take too long, so I'm just going to go for the flat shaded bit in front of me. The min-maxer in me wonders if targeting mountaintops would be worth it. Huh. That is an interesting thought. So it was 88 votes to 11 in favor of no, you should not be able to medbay teleport. Yeah, Spectre, but I don't want to do modded runs. Modded speed running just doesn't make sense to me. Like, it certainly would save time aiming for those higher peaks in terms of getting there. My worry is that I'll crash. I know my chutes aren't set up. I don't think I need them. I've got so much fuel, I'm kind of inclined to just ignore that I have them. There is also less gravity on top of the big mountains. Some of them. think might do at least. Or maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, Laws, that's exactly what I was thinking. Modded speedrunning, now with Stargate mod, where each planet already has a preloaded Stargate. It's not the challenge I'm looking for. But yes, now that you guys mentioned it, I should aim for mountaintops and just leave this hovering while I build the beacon. That would make a lot of sense. It's so funny how different we are on that one, Kanajashi. I dislike the colored icons greatly. They, to me, just don't feel like space engineers. Yeah, I think they look horrible. It's so overly busy, and I much prefer a good stylized icon than a busy one that looks like that. And that is just a personal opinion. That is not a criticism of the mod. I know a lot of people like it, as we can see in chat. That's just my personal opinion. I don't like it. You guys see how much I do to minimize my HUD clutter. Do you really think I want something with 10,000 colors on my screen? That's not me. Yeah, exactly, Gruz. I think the default icons fit with the UI, fit with the style of Space Engineers, whereas colored don't. Eh. Okay, we have a beacon. Let's get our control panel. No. Wind turbine is producing up to 45. That is plenty. Triton. Alright. Stop the clock for a sec while I add Triton to my list of dones. And start the clock again. No, there was plenty of power, Drago. Yes, I have ascended. Welcome, Memphis Bell. Now, where the heck is Pertum? I think that's Pertum in front of me. I'm guessing it's Pertum anyway. So I can't see Mars or alien near it. Once we get to Pertum, then it's Mars. Yeah, I should have made GPS markers at each planet. Like that. let's be honest. At least I do have markers at Earth, so I was kind of okay for that one because I've got all the ore markers. So given I can see Mars is there, that has to be Pertum. It cannot be anything else. So the reason I set up the planet order, and I wrote it down in the order that I remembered it, based on the distances between the planets, with the alien being the furthest away. So hitting Triton and Pertum first is fastest. Yeah. Me just relying on my sense of direction. That is always a mistake. I've gotten lost once this stream already, I think. Because I went to the silver deposit instead of my base. Altair, no. No, with the stuff that I know, like that they've revealed that's coming for the Warfare update, there's nothing in there that would suggest, at least from my current understanding of it, that I need to change anything on the Forts Capac. After all, they're in Survival Impossible. After all, they are intended to be distractions, not destructions. Come on, where am I at? 20Ks. Let's build the next beacon. And turbine. Oops. Oh, and control panel. Thank you. Good reminder. Production. Built a couple now. I really don't know how worthwhile it is me being this pedantic about my hydrogen usage. There's also, I guess, the argument that it would be better for things to be right up against the speed limit the whole way. So the thing that I'm concerned about with power and hydrogen is that it's entirely possible I will start running into... I think I built enough batteries that it won't be a problem, but I had feared it would be an issue that I would run out of power on my batteries and have to use the engines to start providing power to them and to the jump drives, which if we got to that point, I am going to... then my hydrogen supplies would be an issue. But I do think I've got more than I'm going to need, given that I've reached one planet so far and I still haven't dropped down below 75% on any battery. Like, still at 2.76 megawatt hours per. Alright, we're ready to jump. Here we go. Oh, okay. Pertum's a long way away. Okay, Pertum's a real long way away. Okay, that makes things interesting. Where's a nearby asteroid? Let's go do some asteroid scouting then, I guess. Jump drives. 2 minutes and 3 minutes because I didn't use up the full charge. Oh, there's a private sail I could steal. Don't think they've got anything I want on them. Can you not just get to max speed, then use inertia for the interplanet trip? No. If you're talking, like, once you've exited the gravity well, then yes, you could, but that would be possibly the most boring thing to watch ever. Because we're talking traveling thousands of kilometers at 100 meters a second. So no, that would not be fun. Hence why we have jump drives and why they're kind of needed for a physics-based game like Space Engineers. The way it interacts with stuff, because at super high speeds, you actually don't have enough time for the game to calculate your collisions with things. Worse than playing Desert Bus for a week straight? Probably, because at least in Desert Bus you have to do something. Because you kind of steer off course a little bit. It'd be like playing Desert Bus with a good... Well, playing Desert Bus and someone else is driving. Ooh, that's real close. That's real close. Also, I didn't see anything. Alright, let's jump. Only 95% charged. Yeah, I guess a lot of this stuff would be reminiscent of stuff I know of, not having ever played it, but I hear people talk about with Elite Dangerous. This sort of travel. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah, I can understand why you would get a Learning to Survive vibe when I come nail-bitingly close to those asteroids. Part of the fun, though. Let's see if I can get around this one. Yeah. The the concept of making things have realistic distances for travel is an interesting one in games. Because if you're going to do that, you need the travel itself to be interesting. And if the travel itself is interesting, then that's awesome, because you've just added heaps of hours of enjoyment to your game. But I don't think there are a lot of ways... I haven't seen a lot of ways that Actually, I don't think I've seen any ways that make space travel interesting. Except for ones where you occasionally run into bad people. Or bad things that want you dead. Fair point, Andy. In space, everything does want you dead. But in Space Engineers, the degree to which it successfully achieves your death is quite small. My jump drive's ready. I really don't think there's much point. Yeah. I don't think there's much point in trying to scout these asteroids. Yeah, I hadn't appreciated... I hadn't appreciated just how far apart Triton and Pertum were. 4,500 Ks is a lot. And this does start to make me wonder, am I going to run into power issues? I still feel fairly confident that I'm not, but it does seem like I could. Let's just, let's get myself max speed toward Pertum so that as soon as I can jump my next jump, I'll just be heading towards the surface at full speed. So right now, we're about 5 minutes away from 8.5 hours into this. Which isn't too bad, I think. Certainly makes me feel like I should be able to finish this today. Come on, where are our jump drives at? 7 seconds. Here we go. Pertum, here we come. Oh. That's weird when it does that. I've spent weirdly very little time on Pertum. I think most of the time I've spent on it has actually been in the scrap race scenario. Or I guess you could argue the giant pyramid that we explored in Escape Unlikely could have... What did I call it? Escape from Purgatory? That's what I called it. Escape from Purgatory. The large pyramid we explored there could have been one of the longer times I spent there as well. Puzzled one, if you watch the last episode of Escape from Purgatory, you find out whether he got his silver he was promised. And some lead. He wasn't promised the lead, though. So I think we've proven that I over-engineered my ship. Didn't need 3 fuel tanks. That's a thing. It's not over-engineered, it has ablative equipment. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. I think I'm gonna land... I'm going to build the beacon on Pertum at pretty much bang on 8.5 hours. Yes, doing these sorts of planetary landings with the aero mod does add a bit of extra challenge and complexity to the thing. Okie dokie. Well, the drills were semi-useful in that they're a cargo access point. I don't expect I'm going to be drilling anything, though. Thanks, Crazy Ape. I actually do kind of like it. I kind of want to build something in this color. Okay, stop the clock again for a sec while I add Pertum to the checked off list. Nope. Start. And away we go. It's a bluish green color. It's kind of an... yeah. It's hard to tell in per terms lighting. Dusty teal. Smeg blue. Yeah. It's not quite right for Smeg blue. Smeg's blue is paler. More pastel. Rusteal. I genuinely don't know what the proper examples of colors like teal and stuff are. Yeah, it does work as a nice contrast against the yellow of the conveyors. I like that aspect of it. So, I've made it 8.5 hours and I've checked off 3 other planetary bodies. What are people's predictions now of whether I'll get this done in under 10 hours or not? Have I died? I don't remember dying. Did I die in the crashed ship? I think I might have died when I crashed the miner, but I'm not even sure I died then. Yeah. I don't think I've died in this stream. Like, I don't think I've died in this run. Now, where's Mars? There's Mars. Okay, that's not as... that's too far. That's close enough. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, now how long is it going to take for my jump drives to recharge? What? What? Oh man, this thing's so confused. My hotbar, I think I did... these controls on the hotbar are broken. Delightful. What was I thinking of doing? That's right, that's what I was going to do. Prediction, chat. / prediction. Start prediction. Will I finish in under 10 hours? Should I go under 10? Should I make it more interesting? Say under 9.5. That just seems too awkward. Yes. No. There we go. Prediction started. Production. Beacon. Turbine. Control panel. No, so Crazy Ape, I'm currently at 8 hours 35 minutes. So I've got about an hour and 20 minutes to meet under the 10-hour time limit. And I personally think I've got a pretty good chance of doing this in under 10 hours. Because I now have to land on Mars, Europa, Titan, and the alien planet. And I'll do the alien planet as my last stop, I think. It makes the most sense for it to be the last stop. So, yeah. Guess it just depends how many of these recharges I'm going to have to run through and how long that's going to set me back. Two minutes. Yeah, Mr. Gallinor, progression is on. Gotta have progression on. It's gotta be the most vanilla of vanilla experiences. I know, that's Mars in front of me. That is definitely Mars in front of me. Don't worry, I haven't passed Mars. Although I should be aiming more for Europa. I think. So that's Earth, Triton behind it, Perton behind me, Mars, Europa, Alien, and Titan I can't quite make out. Oh, I sort of can make out a couple of pixels. Grozzob, you know I can't change no settings, but generally that's the idea. The settings that I did change for this are ones that I won't necessarily do, but as said earlier in the stream, gotta have sneaky sounds, gotta have screen gunk be gone. Because, yeah, without those two, it just wouldn't feel like a Splitsy production to me. Also, my jump rope's done. Ah, there we go. I think that's too far. It's moments like this where I really do run into some disadvantages for not playing with crosshair, but whatever. Man, these distances, I really can't read how far things are in space. See a puzzled one. 22 seconds. Well, yeah, but Kanajashi, I read the time you said in chat after I'd already done the first jump, so I wasn't, and I didn't remember how far I jumped on the first jump, so the distances, I was like, dang. Yeah, Kanajashi the Surveyor. He does know a thing or two about maps. It seems like once you're close enough to the planet, you can aim at it with full power and then just reduce the distance until it works, but at the distances I'm currently at, it's a bit too far. I could be wrong, but I've overshot the mark when I thought I was perfectly aligned, even back when I was using crosshairs. So I usually wait to do those sorts of jumps until I'm right on top of it. Alright, 10 seconds. Show me what I got. Come on. There we go. There we are. Now we're close enough. So I'm going to jump to Europa first, because that should allow me to get potentially to the sun side of Mars. Alright, next one I need to know is 4,000 kilometers to Titan. Oh, that's not where I want to go. We were talking about that earlier, Tape Master. No GPS markers. No pre-known GPS usage. You can't type in a GPS during the run because it makes it too easier. Too easier? Too easy. So not knowing, like, because you don't know where you're going to start on a planet, not knowing the exact distances is part of the challenge. To have a dog's life and just sleep away your days. And then play, and then chew things, and then sleep. And then get someone else to feed you. Yeah, the GPS text size should really scale with the rest of the HUD. Because it's true, ever since I've started playing in 4K, the size of things is tiny. Yeah, my monitor's a 32-inch. I didn't want to go any smaller for 4K because it makes the DPI too high. It kind of seems like a waste of that resolution. Alright, and slam on the brakes. I hope I'm right. Wind turbines can work on Europa, right? Thought so. Thought there was just enough atmosphere for them to work here. Okay, and Europa. Done. Where's the alien planet? Triton. Nuts. Don't know where it is. Drat. That's gonna be annoying. Alright. We're there. Let's go. Kanajashi, no ions. Ions are not allowed. uh, what? I'm already within 12 Ks of it? Really? Hydrogen's not allowed either. Atmospheric thrust is all. Which means if Wasted and Kanajashi get into an interesting dogfight like they did before, there is a real possibility, if they're at that high altitude, that one or both of them could exit the gravitational influence of the planet and never return. Which could be amusing. Now I'm going to get a complex. Are these comments about the color of my ship genuine or sarcastic? I genuinely kind of like the color. I think it works. That's the second time someone's popped in and said, I like the color of your ship. Hey, thanks, Executive Storm. Yeah, a year and a half. Thank you. Ooh, if they exit the atmosphere, are they permanently eliminated? Nah. I deliberately went with different. That's what I was going for with it. Wanted something different. Figured since I wasn't going to do much gribbling on this, I wanted to pick a color that was at least interesting. Drago, the reason they could escape the planet's gravity well is because the planet's gravity well is altered. Like, a lot. Like, I think it might... From memory, I think the Persei planet is altered to, like, gravity fall off of 20? Whereas the default is 7? What? No, I don't need a HUD with a Comic Sans font. Nobody needs that. You know, the thumbnail for Wrong Way Up actually uses wingdings. Indeed, DE, that is where I got the arrow. That's usually where I get arrows from, because I think wingdings is a good option. So I slowly fall towards Mars. Yeah, there's heaps of useful stuff in wingdings. I think people forget about it these days because of emoji. Being able to actually read wingdings would be a very Kapaki pointless skill to have. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Captain Cranky. Yeah, the nice because what is it? True type font. Wingdings is a true type, so it's all vector. So there aren't any scaling issues. I'm thinking about the whole goals of this thing again, and I think I'm happy with it being every stop. I was just like, every stop or just pick one goal, because then the two engineering goals for your ship are quite different. The worry with having to go to every single stop is you have to jump far enough that you will need enough batteries to supply power to the jump drives. Or I would probably just go a singular jump drive. The 6-minute recharge time is probably not enough of a hit to make up for the time it took to mine the extra gold, to build the extra thrusters and fuel for the extra weight that you're carrying. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Unicode does have a lot of that stuff that Wingdings was useful for. Or can be useful for. I just like that Wingdings has a whole different variety of arrows. So whenever I need an arrow, it's just my go-to. Oh, what? No, I didn't. Oh, wait. I'm out of iron. I missed that. Can I tilt this far enough to collect some stone on Mars? Oop. Just a little bit of stone. Just need a little bit. There is a hill right over there, you are correct. Yeah, I think I will go over to the hill. Scraping this dirt is useless. Yeah, if one of these ore pockets has iron in it, I will stop and I'll just hand mine some iron, because that'll be quicker than mining the stone with the drills, I think. But it did not. Now I want to change my 10-hour prediction. This does add a little bit. least this is adding an interesting aspect that I wasn't expecting. She's remembering to either make the components or bring enough resources for the components. So I thought I had brought enough, but I was wrong. Alright, it's 60,000 stone. Can't remember how much I actually put into the beacon. Thought I'd just come back and collect it while that stone's refining and the stuff's being produced. Yes. 80 steel plates. That was worth getting back. Ow! Yeah, the power source on my ship is just batteries and hydrogen. The reason I just did what I did there was to make sure that there was enough clearance so that I can actually place this turbine next to the mountain. Yeah, I don't think the ship's burning anything too problematic. Like any amount that'd be too problematic while it's sitting here. Considering how much fuel I've still got left. Alright, that's Mars done. And away we go. Now I have to see where the heck the alien planet is. Also, quickly... Oh, that's not what I want to do. Quickly edit the thing, because I've done another stop. 2 stops left. And start again. What have I made a habit of with wrong way up? Huh? Or who's made a habit? I feel like Kanajashi's getting annoyed with me making tiny little jumps. Given that reminder. 4,200 kilometers, Splitsy. 4,200 kilometers. Ah, there's the alien planet. the next bomb hits Splitsy's cockpit. I don't think it'd do much damage if a bomb tried to hit where the cockpit's situated on the jalopy. I mean, it might take out one of the turrets. Something I've often thought about with space engineers, and I've never come up with a solution to it to make it seem like it would actually be fun to both play and watch, is how you would add the ability, like how you would make travel between planets fun without jump drives. So the only thing that I can think of that, like one thing that I think of you'd need is the ability for NPCs to travel faster than the player. So that while you're at your max speed, the NPCs can actually come and catch up to you. So you've got some fear of them finding you. The trouble with that is, if they can go faster than you, every single NPC is a threat. So how do you avoid them? Where's the fun way to make to have it avoided? A cruise engine. You can go really fast, but you can get knocked out with cruise inhibitors. Yeah, that could work. That actually could work. Or I suppose equally with jump drive travel between places, if you reduce the jump drive range and make more NPCs have jump drive inhibitors. Laws, I think there is a mod that does that, where the highest, where you can go up to near top speed, but then you can boost above it by using extra energy. But I don't remember what it's called. Oh yeah, that's true, TFA. There is something that Lucas is working on that will negate the requirement for jump drive inhibitors. I look forward to testing that at some point this year, if you can get it working properly. Come on. Get out of the gravity well. What's our total time at? Hard maths. Very low asteroid playthroughs are fun. Yeah, I haven't really done much with it, but I imagine... Ah, I just had an awesome thought for a playthrough that I kind of don't want to share. I need to write that down somewhere. Kind of want to keep that one a secret. Alright, we're in space. Yeah, okay, just see a playthrough idea I just came up with. I'm actually writing this down on my notebook, my ideas notebook that I keep beside my computer. I'm gonna have to test to see if I can actually do it. Because if I can do it, I might have a new series concept. Which will be cool. I'm kind of thinking, Gruz, that this could be the idea for something to drag Capac into. Like a pre-recorded, edited one. Because I'm looking for something like that to utilize Moosey's editing for so that I can get more videos back on my main channel. My dampeners were on, but I wasn't slowing because I still had my thrust override slightly on. Kanjashi, I'm envious of the way you set up all your series, like the way that you did it as season based, so that you kind of everyone knows and expects that you're going to change the concept soon. You're much better at that than me. I have all these dreams of grand ideas that stop me from putting the right restrictions in place to make these things work and allow me to quickly change to a new idea. But then equally, I guess, some people like the fact that I do that. Kerbal Space Engineers. If you do end up watching that, you will be introduced to, in one of the streams, my voice after a work Christmas party. That I would argue almost doesn't sound like me because I yelled so much. Yamino Hasha, I'm not sure you're going to see any more Top Engineer. I feel like the perfect crew for the Top Engineer format is myself, Wasted, and Shaq. Because I feel like we've got the right dynamic in terms of each of us having a different approach but having some similarities. And that's it was a really fun thing to do, but I don't think it's gonna I haven't thought up another format that would drag the two of them into that again in a way that would work. Oh yeah, good point, Codon. I yelled at the party into a microphone doing so-called karaoke. It was not singing, it was yelling. Yeah, but Wrong Way Up was a different concept. It's about the... Yeah, have to have the right concept for these things. Also need to remember to quietly mention to Shaq about his potty mouth. See if we can do any better with it. Yeah, fortunately, Moosey just kind of cuts out those bits for me. Yeah, exactly, Gruz. That's what I like about the Wrong Way Up thing is there's not a lot of behind the scenes work. I probably do half an hour to an hour of messing around on the server each week, and that's about it. Two minutes. 2 minutes. Come on, come on. What do you mean, Bedrat? The server's got... I can't actually remember. Some Xeon processor of a fairly recent generation. 32 gigs of RAM and... Don't remember anything else about it. But it's on a data center in Sydney, so it's got pretty good connections to the underwater cables that run straight to the US. Well, Sinfallon, while I may swear in my normal everyday life, I chose not to, and Capac and I chose not to in any of our content. As I feel, I've mentioned this huge number of times, not swearing is often funnier than swearing. And it allows it to be accessible to everybody. So that was kind of my justification for it. Yeah, the issue with definitely the issue for Wrong Way Up is the many subgrids in close proximity and all of the physics calculations that go along with that. Because it does create a situation where a lot of physics calculations have to be done. And I don't think Space Engineers is very good at physics culling for objects when there are that many that close. Laws, as I said, I do swear in my everyday life, but I don't believe... But it's just the way it is. Apparently, swearing is worse than some other things. But also, I'm a believer that choose your time and place. If you don't swear much, when you do, it really gets people's attention. So I don't swear much in my everyday life. But there are certain times where it's appropriate. And also useful in my interactions with patience as I am a healthcare worker. As it can make you seem a lot more approachable to the right person. Here we go, second last stop. Not sure I'd want to swear in someone else's language, that doesn't seem fair. Built it too deep in the ground. And we have Titan! In fact, let's do this. I'm so confused as to what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to boost towards the alien planet. So I do not need to worry about fuel. Ooh, I just had a fun thought. When I finish this up, I should turn this ship minus jump drives. Maybe it has too many batteries. I could try and use this ship as like the core for a an ACS ship. Certainly using the color at least. Give me, yeah. Yeah, Eisen might show up if I say ACS 2 more times. He is the Beetlejuice of NPCs. NPC mods. Okay, we're within 5k's of the gravity field. Let's aim for one of these mountaintops. Maybe that one. That one will do. Yeah, I can probably mark off Titan while I'm waiting for this transition to start. In fact, I think we can just turn this thing off now. Runtime now is 9 hours, 24 minutes. No, I'm not going to continue this run because I don't have any idea of when I would end it. But I do like the idea of using this ship and color scheme to make something so that we've got an... Oh, yeah, that ship was from when Splitsy did that speedrun. Last stop, and then we greeble. Crash land and build the beacon from the ashes. That doesn't feel right. I think it's pretty unlikely I'll have a catastrophic failure, but, you know, you can never say never with such things. I have not blueprinted. Hellfish, the reason the speed limit is 100 meters a second is because that allows there to be less than 15 meters of travel at max speed per physics tick, because there's 60 physics ticks per second. Wait, no, it's like 1.5 meters? It makes it 1.5 meters? Yeah, 1.5 meters. Sorry. Or 1.6. So you want that distance between physics ticks to be as short as possible, otherwise you end up with an object inside another object before the game knows it. And that's suboptimal. Didn't I give the ship a name? Did I have a name for it last time? There you go, it's the Dusty Eel for now. There are lots of speed mods for Space Engineers, but you have to know that you are inviting physics issues. It is unfortunately a real possibility you will run into problems. Come on. Mountaintop, here we come. 21 kilometers to go. Then there will be mathematics, as I try and figure out exactly what the time was. Just as I'm starting to get hungry. I haven't tried the orbital mod. I haven't had any reason to be honest. I couldn't think of any use for it for what I have planned in the coming months. So I haven't had a look at it, to be honest. Yeah. A lot of the interesting mods like that, unless I've got a specific idea in mind, I don't necessarily get the time to play around with them and test them. The idea... So the reason I wanted the flags to be something simple, with Altair suggesting that there should be more complex things to build, like a platinum mine at Mars, solar recharge of the moon. The reason I didn't want to do that is it's already 10 hours. If you want to have something that's slightly speedrun friendly, it probably shouldn't take days of time to do, because that just isn't something you can redo. And I see that safe zone over there, and it really makes me want to hit that instead. Thanks, Shadow Wolf. Like, I feel like the build something on each planet goals like that is more of a normal playthrough series goal. Much more suitable for that. Because then you build something interesting. If you're trying to build something as quick as possible, you're making something that sounds interesting probably won't work. I could be wrong on that though. I am no speedrunner, so I don't know whether that would work. Here we go. Put on the brakes. Nope, 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 nope. I did not stay very level then. This is wasting time! Okay, beacon. Give me the stuff. Give me the stuff! Oops. Just drop a block of a reactor on the ground. See, I guess you could argue Escape from Mars could be an interesting speedrun scenario. It'd be slow, but it'd be interesting to see just whether it's possible to do it quick. And I didn't make the stuff! I'm an idiot! Give me the stuff, give me the stuff, give me the stuff. I know there are some really long speedruns out there, like 100%ing Stardew Valley, that sort of thing, but I don't think that's what I want to aim for. I feel like that would be a mistake. Because I would only do that sort of thing once. Alright, when the beacon's range is at... No! Did it again. When the beacon's range is at 50, I hit the stop. Right. We have a total time of 9 hours, 33 minutes, and 24 seconds. 9 hours, 33 minutes, 24 seconds. Whew, that was long. That was kind of fun, though. Choose outcome. Will I finish under 10 hours? Yes. It's a new lap record. There you go, Dusty Eel. And now, for some fun. Here we go. Whee! So, things to make this faster, I would say probably one jump drive, half as many batteries, and probably one hydrogen tank. And that would probably do it. Clearly the parachutes aren't needed. Oh yeah, and don't crash your starter ship mining ship. That probably added an extra 20 minutes. I've already blueprinted it. Did I do it too quickly for people to notice? I have blueprinted this. Yeah, probably leave with all the built components needed for all beacons is smart. Time for a boing. And less splitsies as the pilot, so the ship will use the full travel distance. Blah! Uh-oh. Boing. Now, because that's not as much fun. Let's do this. I think I will try and, Whammo! There we go, there's my death. There's my death. And apparently, my one survival kit. So, for a speed run with Kanajashi, or against Kanajashi, I should say, I think no scripts, no medbay teleporting, leave the PCU max where it is, and that's kind of it. So it's like true, straight up default. Also, no blueprints. So basically, I mean, I know Kanajashi has an Xbox and Space Engineers on it, so we could properly make it forced vanilla and do it on Xbox. But I think that would be a bit much. Especially since I don't know whether I can set my Xbox up to stream at the moment. Oof, controller only, no way. Keyboard and mouse is a perfectly valid controller setup for an Xbox, thank you very much. Actually, yeah, that's a good point, Graz. I should be able to get it into my capture card, so then I'd be able to... But it's the getting it... yeah, probably do. I do have a monitor. I could do that. But yeah, I'll have a chat with Kanajashi about this, and we'll work out the details and have some fun. I think, I suspect, and we'll decide between the two of us whether we want to do this as a recorded thing or whether we want to do it as a stream. Because I know Kanajashi doesn't really stream, so we may well do it as a pre-recorded race, which could be a bit of fun. I will be back potentially this weekend with a stream. I'm not 100% sure. Capac will be around for his Thursday night stream in about 9 hours, for those of you who want to watch him die in Noita or whatever he's playing. And Wrong Way Up will be back on Monday at its usual time. So there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Thanks for coming, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that speed run.